All right. Good day, good day. Um, let's see here. I'm just gonna adjust my hair. Do this. Been so long since I've been in this project. I think today we are gonna fix that clients and interface with properties, I guess. And then that should be the last thing we need to fix before the test build. The second test build. So that's what we're gonna do. Wait, is the... Oh shit, the camera's not working. Right, what was the deal with that? Wait. I remember I fixed that. The app data... Okay. Streaming assets, I think that's the one, yeah. Yeah, let's fix this. I need to have like another background. Oh, looks like it's working, but it's using the friggin' debug. On GUI, yeah. What's happening? I'm just fixing the overlay because I changed, so there's a text-to-speech queue now. Very ominous. Yeah, it's almost almost ready here. I was thinking I need to make like another option because right now I only have 3 different varieties of sort of streaming layouts. One is the starting soon, which of course, you know, has the starting soon screen. Then there's the no desktop, which assumes I have a working overlay. And then there's the actual desktop, which again assumes I have a working overlay. But if in the event that the overlay is not working and I'm not starting soon, I don't really have an option for that. So that's something I need to figure out. Anyway, we're back. After a long hiatus, we are back. But yeah, as you can see, there's a text-to-speech. So if I queue a text-to-speech now, you can see there it updates in the top right corner. I removed the follower count because it's like whatever. Might bring it back later, but yeah, you can see it shows the subscriber count and the viewer count. But there, the text-to-speech. So that's the text-to-speech count. So if I click my button now, it reads.
Test user said, "Hello, I'm just testing this out."
So I can always see like how many text-to-speech are queued up and ready to go. So I can manually trigger and manually remove them. So yeah, see it's queued up, and then I'm like, I want to listen to this now, so I click.
Bro, why not said, "I love springing on my penguin."
And I can leave the message up for as long as I want. And then when I'm like, no, I'm good now, I can just click it again and it's going to remove it. So very nice, very handy. And it allows me to be in the mood for text-to-speech, you know? I can be like, hey, I want to listen to this. And then it's like, maybe someone's just spamming newt 100 times. Well, then I can skip it if I want to. Unless I'm in the mood for 100 newts. But I think it, you know, there are some people who sometimes use the text-to-speech to like, you know, grab attention or whatever because they think I'm not reading the chats or something, I guess. So that's an issue this solves as well, which is nice. And yeah, it doesn't allow people to spam pointless things that 99% of people just don't care about. But without further ado, let us Yeah, they'll be like that for a while, but then when they realize it's Q, they'll just still be sad, but sad with understanding. Okay. Let's figure out how to... I think when I was working on this with the housing system, I implemented the saving system, basically. But this is the thing, because this is not supposed to be in the normal save file. So let's figure out here what we need to add to the other save system. I'm going to bring save manager, right? This is the last thing we need to add before we can do another test version. So it shouldn't be too long. We might have the new version up today, hopefully. So inventory list, hotbar list, stores the see. I mean, technically you don't need the hotbar list and the loadout to be saved, but or do you? No, I guess you do. You do need the hot. Well, technically, you could only, if you have only the hotbar, it should be fine, because the hotbar implicates sort of what implies what the loadout will be, but the loadout does not imply necessarily what the hotbar will be, because they're linked to items in inventory. Okay, so we have the owned properties, which I switched the save system for, but this is the thing, and I don't know if Unity has this, because it doesn't. No, it wouldn't have a dictionary. So, but I don't think we need a dictionary for this. We could do a list, and then we build a struct, so we call it furniture data. Wait. Furniture data has an ID, a storage index, and whether or not it... Okay, that's not the... We can call it stored furniture data. Furniture transform data. I think that's what we're looking at. So... Yeah, because the furniture transform data contains the ID of the furniture, the position, and the rotation of the furniture. And placed indices. Is the right, okay. So this is something we're gonna need to change specifically for Penguin Springs. So we would have a list of furniture transform data, placed furniture, right? And this is going to be a public struct furniture transform data, which has a public int ID, public vector 3 position, public quaternion rotation. Because then we can add and remove. But the issue, because the way we would have a public int key, or yeah, because there'd be the ID of the furniture, but then there'd be the key of placed furnitures. Yeah, I think that's more relevant because that's sort of replacing the furniture which can't be serialized. But we'll also have to add this serializable. The place furniture, okay. Place furniture equals new. So here, an indices here. So this is going to be the issue here because we are iterating basically O(n) squared because we're doing a double for loop essentially. But that doesn't necessarily have to be an issue. Like, okay, so imagine that we have 1,000 furnitures placed. That would be 1 million iterations at worst. It is not the best, but at the same time, 1 million operations run at probably wouldn't take too long, but do I care about this performance? Probably not. We can modify it. Let's just get placed indices. So here, if not game manager dot is Penguin Springs. Well, here's the thing, right? We don't need to get placed indices if we're in Penguin Springs. So we just need to iterate over the placed furniture. Because the placed furniture gets removed to or added to. Right, so this would be here, if not game manager dot is Penguin Springs, then we do it this way. Otherwise, we're just iterating across else. We can just sort of copy this. This is essentially what we're going to do. So instead of for each indices, we do get placed furniture. Wait. Oh, it's not list in, it's list furniture transform data. And this should just be data. And here we don't need to get this. We don't need that. We don't need to split the string. Data.id. Or we don't even need that. We can just do it. Oh, okay. Storage index. But we don't need a key then. Okay. Now let's see here where we create these transform data. Here, get player string, load legacy furniture. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't need ice actually. I'm running a air conditioning system here, so. Okay, yeah, at start we don't need to do anything. I guess we could change this to a private enumerator start. Else. Wait until.
This is Mr. Penguin. Is depressed.
Oh, hell yeah.
Just subscribed. Good to see you
Thank you
again,
for the
Corjain.
resubscription. The resubscription. And we're glad to see you again as well. Wait until. Penguin controller. Yeah, I mean, this is my first proper day working here, so you know, I'm in the process of settling in. But so far so good. Yeah, I mean, I essentially have the same setup for the office. I have a new office chair. Is I got this one. My my new fancy chair. Yeah. That When you go into the premium office chairs, you're paying premium price. Let's not kid ourselves. No, but I mean, I'm looking at it. It has to be. I don't know. They're not comfortable in the same sense that, you know, you sit in like a lounge chair or whatever. It's not comfortable in that sense. It's more like it has what you need to get through multiple days in a row of sitting 8 to 10 hours in front of a screen. I have not, Sanders. That's true. I was born here, and I have not left. Yeah, and it's like that's the thing. Like ergonomics is not necessarily about being comfortable. It's about not being in pain. You know, you can sit in a chair and be like, "Damn, this is the most comfortable thing ever," but then give yourself another 8 hours in the chair, and all of a sudden you realize that, hey, this has actually been very bad for me. Monday, the worst day? I enjoy Mondays. Oh my god, we got the best viewers on stream, boo. Every assignment is a chance to learn. Hmm. I just inline it. Yeah, I think I'll just. Okay. I think this is pretty good. Load Penguin Springs furniture, and then it sends the data. But, oh wait, it can't load the Penguin Springs furniture until we've actually... I am doing well, CCM Dev. Until we've actually claimed the property, so this shouldn't exist. No. We'll just do a void start for that one. I don't think that there's the class, or what is it? Control. here. Request property. Property purchaser here. Request property here. Spawns. Right, and this is not supposed to be that, so it would be cool. If success. Now here's the thing. Placed furniture has to be tied to a property. So we'll do load furniture for property hash. And here's the key. We need to get placed furniture looks at placed furniture globally, but we really, it should be a dictionary, but I can't be bothered with serializing and deserializing the dictionaries. I think we can serialize a list of lists though. Is a list of lists serializable? There's someone. You'll have to write a wrapper class. Yeah. Expect it. Well, we could do this. Public struct. It would be a public struct for property furniture. Yeah, I will. Furniture and property. So then we'd have the public int property hash, and then a public list. So, and then this would be also serializable. Well, actually, maybe we should have that as a class. And then have these as structs, because these are more easily modifiable, but we want to be able to modify this list and not maintain it as a struct. Be better. Placed furniture. And then int property hash. And this would return a list of furniture transform data. And placed furniture is not furniture, but it's property. I guess we'll do this. Property furniture data. There, active save. One second. Okay, let's see. Okay, right, we can't return a reference to that. Okay, well, how do you solve that then? Because if you try to fetch data that doesn't exist. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You'd turn it to a placeholder. Okay. We can do that then. Private. And here, if manager dot instance dot property doesn't equal -1 or var. That's so true, TV. That's so true. Mm-hmm. Do I maintain? I guess I maintain a list of. Wait, but what's that decoration synchronizer? Because this makes it seem like it's only the. Oh, if is server and not is Penguin Springs. Okay. I don't think that early return makes it look as obvious. Do that. So, hello, manual coder. What's up? Either you'd have being server and it not being Penguin Springs, or it is Penguin Springs, in which case you can just do only server and updates. Clients send updates. Clients and servers send updates. Then you'd send the state, which is all the placed furniture, and then you iterate across that and you'd send the state. Okay. Cool. So let's check here. We have the decoration synchronizer. So load legacy furniture. Legacy furniture we can basically ignore. There's some error. Right. There. So load furniture for property. We can just set that as a safeguard. That's nicer. Better, in my opinion, to protect from, instead of preventing, or instead of never sending incorrect values to begin with, it's better, in my opinion, to have the methods deal with the fact that incorrect values might be sent. I think it's a bit nicer. Okay. So load legacy furniture here. That's cool. Fixed update. Parse vector. Load legacy furniture. Okay. But when do we assign the placed furniture? Here. Placed furniture indices. And then we have furniture amount owned. I guess technically would be global. Okay. Let's see. here we'd say if game manager dot instance, if not is Penguin Springs, delete legacy furniture. So here, placed indices is irrelevant. So the storage index would be the key. One second. I'm working on Penguin GTA. And hello, Frogushka. What's up? All right, F. Mm-hmm. Oh, we don't have the default. Okay, you can't assign. I don't know, that wouldn't be... How the frick? What's the first or default struct? Yeah, okay. Just do this. If place furniture dot any. What are you developing? I am developing Penguin GTA. We can just do... I guess we can do this. Furniture. There we go. Okay. And here, this is the thing. So furniture amount owned. Would be list owned furniture. Int ID and Public int amount. And then here. Um, there. Or we can just do this for int I own furnitures dot length. Oh, and do this if just gonna be right back. Give me a second. All right, let's see. That's a local variable. It says it's local variable, but it's not. It's a reference. Hmm. Oh, I have it as a class. Okay, so I can modify it. I was so clever back then. Clean. I prefer for each. Okay, let's see. We have the amount. Just do this, yeah. Here, okay, so see here, because we remove it, so we take our own furnitures. There, and then place furniture equals who up springing the penguin? Yeah. Speaking of springing penguins, let's do today's Wordle. I'm gonna go with zooms. Shit. Cheers. Oh. Pass. Pass. Class. Passy. Ash. No, that won't work. Sassy? Ooh, ooh. Oh, it wouldn't have been sassy anyway, but that's pretty good. XS essay? Assay. Got him. I was gonna say assay, but I don't know what assay means. Easy, easy, too easy. What assay meaning? Oh, like assess? Interesting. not a real word. Apparently it is. Okay, so we have clearing furniture. So today we are working on fixing the last of the furniture synchronization, basically. Because I was implementing a save system last I was working on Springs. And with that save system, it allows me to be a bit more detailed in how I convert. The housing system. Yeah, is a bit of a messy script, this one for sure. But we're basically hooking in Penguin Spring specific features to make it work. The difference is that in Penguin Heist, each property is a different scene, but not only that, it's only the host that can place furniture. In Penguin Springs, properties exist within the same scene and are not guaranteed to be presented to the player on load. Which complicates things a bit. And I still haven't addressed the difference in what is happening. I don't know what is happening. You tell me, buddy. Also, we have a text-to-speech queue now, Omega, so you can see that's what the notes up there, text-to-speech queue. So if someone sends a text-to-speech, it doesn't play immediately. I have to trigger it manually. I'm thinking maybe it might make sense to have this be identical and derived from like a parent class to reduce the sort of repeat Is that a good idea? I mean, it's like there's pros and cons with both approaches. I think in terms of, you know, in terms of the enjoyment for the viewer, I think this is the better option, because there's no interest, like, you know, sometimes the mood is like, okay, it's fun with like some TTS goofiness and silliness. But most of the time, I don't think viewers want to get TTS spammed or want, you know, to have like obnoxious TTS play out ad nauseum, right? And for me, if I'm like in some deep focus or talking about something not necessarily the best, to be like interrupted by a random TTS, right? You know, if I'm like just explaining something and then all of a sudden a random TTS comes and interrupts me, that I don't think that's for the benefit of the viewer either. But if I can manually click through them, and, you know, I'll try to do it when they come in if the timing is good, I think that's just going to be a bit more better structure. Like, the only thing you lose is this sort of more spontaneous nature of TTS, right? Where they just randomly come in and say stuff, but I don't think that outweighs the benefits of being able to structure it. But I think TTS spam tends to fall into the category of being detrimental or annoying, if you want to call it that. I'm personally not very annoyed by it, but I think like the general viewer probably does not find it very entertaining to have to listen to a TTS saying newt 100 times, for example. Okay, yeah, so I can trigger this one. So you see, it doesn't play automatically, but if I do this, I'm gonna play it.
Mega Dega 1 said, play Penguin Springs today. With realistic vehicle physics, a housing market, and even a muscle beach. Get the game today at w.penguinsprings.gov. See you in town, Penguin.
Oh yeah, brother. See you in town. And then the text stays up until I manually click it away, so you have a chance to read it too. Long time no see, long time no see. Yeah, I mean, I basically have identical setup from what I had before. It's just the window placement is different, and it might benefit because I don't get the sun in my eyes. Here. Color is your eyes? Dude, I don't even know, man. Black? Or not player values, PS manager. Well, I mean, you have to consider the fact that in Iceland and in any sort of country closer to the further away from the equator, right? You'd get the you know, when you're in these regions here, if this is the horizon, the sun doesn't go up like this, you know, as it would in other places. You'd get more of this situation. So for a long extended duration of the day, it's sort of just shining straight at you. It's not above you or anything. It's literally just shining straight into your eyes because its arc is flattened. And that's what I had to deal with. It's just shining right into my face, which is not super nice if you're trying to look at a screen, a computer screen. It means sun does not go up. Sun, well, the arc, right? When you have, if this is the horizon, right? The sun goes up, the sun goes down, right? Goes down, goes up. The closer you are to the equator, the wider the arc of the sun, or the sort of higher the arc goes. So you can have the sun being right above you if you're at the equator, but when you get to like very far south or very far north, the arc becomes lower, doesn't go as high. So instead you'll have this situation where the sun's just shining straight into your eyes as opposed to shining, you know, on your head. So that was the case being my office, that it would shine right on my face, which is not the nicest if you're supposed to be looking at a screen, right? I don't generally mind the sun. I don't, you know, if I'm out and about, but it's not the nicest to have the sun beaming in your face when you're working in a office. If not game manager is You love Pirate Software. He's so cool. Yeah, dude. Did you hear he worked for a Blizzard and rescued ferrets? That's awesome, dude. He hacked the government using a ferret. Snuck in a USB in the ferret. Hacked the government like that, yeah. What's the live about? We're working on Penguin Springs. GTA Penguin. Okay, let's see. Heard about crypto? No, I don't think I have. Explain it to me, please. In 10 words or less. I'm not using C++. This is C Sharp and in Unity. But why you'd use C++ over Blueprints is because visual programming sucks ass, and anyone who uses visual programming is not really a programmer. Just kidding, guys. I'm doing hot takes. I don't know. I've never used Blueprints. I'm not a fan of visual programming though. I don't think you gain much in speed by using Blueprints. I think you're losing out by doing so. It would be quite distracting if you code live. You also to look at viewers too. So how do you manage? I don't know. I don't think it's too distracting. I don't really struggle with it. I think it's fine, just fine. Yeah, that's the thing. We shouldn't send DS major. Yeah, I did my master's in computer science. New mouse. That's cool. It's like a cat, yeah. But you know the thing that cats eat. Ah, congratulations to you, Sai. Congratulations. So happy for you. Because I freaking hate finance. I despise it with all my heart and soul. I don't. If I wanted to make money, I just make some friggin' microtransaction bullshit game. Anything new? No, I haven't been working. I've been moving. Been moving. You feel unhappy? No, I feel amazing. Feel the top of the world. I don't know, I just feel like how anyone feels when they're working, I guess. I don't know. Just chilling. Oh. No, I don't think there's any stress that I have to put myself through. I don't know. I just think that, you know, if your grand achievement in life is playing the stock market, I think you'll feel probably quite empty at the end of it all, you know, even if you do succeed. I just don't think it's a very interesting path to pursue. Yeah, we love our objects. Right, and then calling add furniture should be changed to request. What are you building? I'm working on Penguin GTA. Penguin GTA, which is this game here. It's a multiplayer sort of penguin life simulator, where you can buy a house, buy an apartment, buy a car, buy clothes, buy weapons, steal cars, participate in sort of careers like become a truck driver, become a fisherman or whatever. And it's all this penguin city that you live in. You play as a penguin. It's all physics based. Yeah, multiplayer, day-night cycle, fully simulated multiplayer world. So that's what I'm working on. Yeah, I guess the owned amount, since that's being saved, we just send. Yeah, Unity. Mm-hmm. Let's see. I think that's pretty good. Still need to see where furniture manager. Wait, but why would we send new furniture state? What happens with the freak offs? I need to see. Oh. Yeah, okay. I don't know, we'll just start this up and see what happens. It's still kind of broken, but we're actually store generated index. Ah, Guffley, welcome. Gooply. Ah, okay, so we need to check for Penguin Springs also. That's placed furniture. Let's see if That's the thing. Placed furniture indices. I don't use that. But I guess that doesn't matter because we'd still want to add just a null furniture with that indice. Hello, Yasko Gaming. What's up? Still working on your first game. Nice. First game about. Ah, sweet. So it's 2D then. I assume. Pixel art. I see, I see. Right, so here's the thing. Placed furniture will, by default, contain. Guaranteed to contain it because of this. Very soon, Megadega. Of course I do, Sai. It's your ex. Does Unity use C Sharp? Yes, it does. It does. But of course, I mean, like with anything, you know, with any game engine, the language it uses generally is not as important as just the structure of the game engine itself. No music? What are you talking about? Um, but yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, the only thing you really get from the language is partially the syntax, but in general, what matters more so is the philosophy of the engine, right? Because for example, in C Sharp, if you were writing C Sharp and you were writing ECS, that is wildly different from writing a more object-oriented style in C Sharp. Like both is C Sharp, but the way you write it is absolutely and entirely different. This shouldn't, I mean, it's again, it's sort of like C++ is really no more difficult than Java in general. Like it's not too much more difficult. You have to be a bit more aware of references that you're working with. You have to be a bit more aware about memory leaks, but in general, it's not that more difficult. C is a little bit of another beast because there you actually have to do manual memory allocations. But again, I mean, once you learn to do that, you won't be coding much more differently than in Java or C Sharp, right? There's just a little bit extra thing they have to deal with regards to allocating and deallocating memory. And in C Sharp, you'll be working a lot with pointers and references, which again, as a game developer, you should probably be aware of how to work with pointers and references. And you can do that even in C Sharp. You can work with references, right? I do it all the time. Working in this game. So yeah, I mean, it's not an insurmountable challenge to learn C Sharp at all if you've done Java. But yeah, it's always like the language that an engine uses, whether it's Java, C Sharp, C++, Python, whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's more about how does the engine leverage the language, and what is its architecture. Because again, I was saying, you know, entity component system is an entirely different philosophy of programming as compared to working in an object-oriented structure. And there, it's like, even working with C Sharp, a really good C Sharp programmer might struggle to work within an ECS structure, simply because ECS is so foreign to them. And a complete newbie might, you know, a complete newbie moving from Java who's never even touched C# might be quicker to learn to work with C# within the ECS context as opposed to the supposed pro. 1 second. Yeah, so okay, I mean, this is working at least. So if I would disconnect now, question is, would it load this in? Well, it's not necessarily saving, is it? What's even an ECS thing? Is it a Unity 6 edition? No, it's not Unity 6. It's been added in Unity 5 or whatever you want to call it, the yearly releases. It's been in those, I think, since 2023 or 2. Probably 2022. But ECS is just another approach to game development that sort of aims to structure and centralize the way that you store objects in memory, or you store sort of data in memory. So it's a bit more data-oriented approach. And the idea is with ECS is that you have entities, components, and systems, whereas in an object-oriented approach, you'd group all of those together. So like in Unity, you always have like the transform. You'd have any number of we'll call it like comp. You know, you'd have like any number of these attached, and this would be a so-called game object, right? Now this is handy when you're looking at something that's sort of human focused, so like human readable code. This is easy to wrap your head around, that a game object exists somewhere in memory, and that game object has a transform component which allows you to access its position at all times, and rotation and scale. And it also can be, you know, it can have like these components attached to it. So it's sort of like an easy human readable way to think about things. And that's why, you know, object-oriented programming has been so popular since like whatever Smalltalk introduced it. But the issue is that it comes with a lot of performance drawbacks because we don't know where things are in memory. They can be spread out over the entire memory. There's no sort of centralization. There's no structure with the way that this is stored in memory. ECS attempts to solve this by structuring memory. So by having basically components being only data, and you have these sort of arrays of components. So you'd have, for example, you'd have like, let's say you have instead of having, you could have a position rotation component, and these exist in an array in memory. You have a bunch of position and rotation components just existing in an array in memory. And then you have another group of components here, which is like the velocity component, which also exists somewhere in memory, but not all, because the thing is, you know, not all objects need all components at all times, right? That should be intuitive. Not all objects need to have a position rotation. Not all objects need to have a velocity. Not all objects need to have this and that. And that's the same holds true for this, but here you have these arrays of an undefined size containing components, and then this is the component that you know, because ECS, entity component system. So these are the components, right? And the idea is that you'd have an array as well of entities. So we'll call those E. And entities are basically, you know, if this is indexed, you know, 0, 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth, right? Same for this one, val 0, 1, 2, 3. And then also these components have their own sort of internal index based on how they're stored. So this would be 0, 1, 2, and so on and so forth, right? You'd have all these arrays of different components doing different things or storing different kinds of data. So the entity would say, I have component 0, 0, and then also I have component 1, 0. And then this entity, he only has a position rotation because he doesn't move. He doesn't have a velocity. So he would have only 0 and then 0, 1 here because he doesn't want to overlap and use the same data that this one's already occupying. And then there's another entity which, for example, would reference only a velocity because for some reason we're only maintaining velocity. Well, that one would reference 1, 1, 1, and so on and so forth. So you basically have like an array of entities, and entities are really just references to data points existing in these component arrays. And now that's entity and component. And what do systems do? Well, systems, they're basically just the code that executes that executes on the components, right? So if you had like a movement system, for example, movement system would look for entities that have the player component. Okay, and assuming it has the player component, then we'd move its position based on reading input, right? And that's the whole idea. So it's like organizing, structuring memory, and the benefit of having this memory so structured so neatly is that you can very easily parallelize computation. So let's say you have 1 million transforms or something. You can so easily batch computations for these systems over the components. Very, very easily you can batch it. But when you're working with game objects, that becomes far more difficult because the entire way that data is stored here is so absolutely decentralized. You have no idea where anything is stored anywhere. But again, the issue with ECS is that code can become very cumbersome to work with because it's far more abstract way to look at things, right? I mean, it in a way it is less abstract, but in a way is also more abstract. It's like a give and take, but you have to think of things not as being discrete objects in the same sense that you can do with this object-oriented approach, but more as like components exist in memory as data points. Entities reference and say that they have control or not control, but reference these component data points, and then systems execute the whatever code they have on these entities that reference data points. That's the short of it. I'm not an ECS master. I haven't done any proper ECS coding myself. But it is something that I wish to do at some point. I know Thief, the first Thief game, used ECS for their game. So it's been around for a long time. Like this concept is not something new and novel. Rate my tricks. Oh, hell yeah. What the? 360 spin? Now that's sparking, dude. Clean. Hell yeah. Base trick. So you're saying like there's bumps here that makes the car just blow up or something? And the first trick. At the grass plane. So like here. Interesting. But yeah, I would say for ECS, with a layman's understanding of the approach, I would say don't do it unless you know you need it, because it is quite cumbersome to work with, and I can say that even not having worked with it, that it just intuitively, looking at the way it's structured, it is it does not allow for the amount of rapid prototyping you could get from something like a classic object-oriented approach. But I guess, you know, at the same time, maybe you end up with less technical debt by doing an ECS approach, because you actually have to think through what you're doing. But at the same time, I also doubt it, because you probably will have to rebuild what you're making, and rebuilding something like that is probably not the nicest. You managed to miss the bumps. I think it's like, you know, if you're not dealing with thousands and thousands of entities at the same time, you probably don't need ECS. And you can take like a hybrid ECS approach as well, which I want to do with the NPCs and the cars. I already am doing a bit of an ECS approach for my NPCs navigation system. So that's using ECS for moving around. But with regards to their actual AI, there's no ECS about it. Yeah, I mean, I want to have like motorbikes and stuff. I can imagine that being like awesome, and then adding some ramps and like some bridges and stuff. I just want it to feel good to drive around. Bro, I was saying the roads were small. I feel like, I mean, given the size of the cars, it does feel like it's sort of a realistic size. Obviously, it's only these 2-lane roads, but I want it to be like these proper, you know, highway roads as well, which I think might address that issue that Bro I was talking about, small roads. Good for driving the speed limit. Yeah. Roundabout. Yeah, that's the thing. So sort of country roads are going to be 4-lane roads. And we're going to have like, you know, proper bridges and stuff. The only reason they're not 4-lane right now is because I haven't built the actual navigational data for those kinds of roads yet. All roads right now assume being 2-lane. What the fuck? Like some error or something with the... Oh. A hidden neuters. Maybe I should add a hidden neuters. Hmm. Like, what is the hashed ID not saved or something? Or is it like not initialized yet? That one looks the same. Yeah, it is the same. Okay, so it's just not... See if it finds the property. Property acquired successfully. Based. Oh, the links for Penguinized? Yeah, I need to contact what the fuck? It's loading all my past furniture. I need to contact Makeship about that. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Oh, thank you, Sai. Thank you. What game is your most? Probably GTA, but at the same time, it's quite different. Wait, load. Yeah, that's the thing. Load for this property. That's not what we're supposed to be doing. Base. Yeah, so that's what we need to do. So we spawn. I also want to make penguin videos today, though. I have the time when I record something. You are freaky, Sai. Wait, what? Let's see. Furniture manager here. Delete. Okay. Yep. Take me to the river. This is not my house. This is my house. Okay, so I should be able to now we'll put down in this. Okay, that's saved, and then vote restart. So now let's see if that chair spawns in. No. We can see Penguin Springs. So owned properties 0, 1, proper furnitures data. Owned furnitures data is both nothing. I wonder because this assigns it. Sorry. Okay.
Yes, though.
1 second.
I'm gonna take a quick lunch. I'll be right back.
I am back, guys. What's up? What's up? Hello, Galaxo. What's up? Oh, Neon Rush. Yeah, property furniture, owned furniture data. Neither is assigned. How can we convert HTML to APK? APK? I have no clue, dude. Why would you? Like, you want to convert a website to an Android app? Wouldn't you just use like some browser interface, browser rendering interface, and well, I mean, you'd probably just render it in some browser. I mean, if you don't want to remake it, if you feel it's necessary to have it stay HTML, then you'd probably render it in some browser view or whatever. I don't know how you do that in Android, but you'd use some browser view rendering and then render that HTML there. But in my opinion, not worth it. The complexity of an HTML game is probably not that high to begin with, so I would say just remake it from scratch using native code instead of trying to jerry rig and horseshoeing in HTML code. Like, just don't do that. You know, that it's many times in software development, it's not always a question of can you, but it's a question of should you. Yeah, well, I still don't assume that you'd have a high level of complexity within your HTML based game. Like, just remake it in native Android code. Like, just do that. Don't try to force it by porting some HTML garbage. Rewrite the app, and you'll have a better luck. Don't port HTML. Just don't. If you're serious about releasing an app, don't port HTML code. Like, don't port a website. Don't put your web shit on mobile, basically. Let's see here. Ah. Why does add not? What's the there? There, I think that makes more sense. Oops. Ash. Okay, let's see, did it save? Yeah, well, I mean, you should probably just look into how to make a Python game properly. There shouldn't be a reason that it should open the keyboard or have like weird sound. I would recommend use Unity. If you want to build for Android, you want to build for phone, just use Unity. You don't need to make it complicated. I wonder if this reference is a reference to this data point, or does it clone it? Probably. Yeah, we'll just do that and just see. Yeah, you shouldn't need to port Just you know, just don't do that. Just use Unity. That's my tip. Use an established game engine to get your shit working. Don't go porting HTML code. That's a road you don't want to go down. You're gonna run into more issues doing that as opposed to What do you mean you can't use Unity? Is this an assignment that you have in school or something? Yeah, but where does that stop you from using Unity though? Yeah, TTS is in a queue now, so it doesn't get automatically triggered. Well, it's just so I can trigger it at my own leisure. If I want to have it play instantly, I'll play it instantly. Otherwise, I'll just have it play whenever. One second. Why in schools the computer book contains zero knowledge about coding? Well, I mean, it's not up to the schools to teach you how to code necessarily. I mean, it's only recently that it started to show up in in school curriculums in the first place, right? Not I don't think coding per se is the most important thing. Okay, property furniture data is at least updating now. Awesome. If I vote restart, it should load in the furniture. I think a lot of the skills that you get taught in coding sort of carry over from math already, right? It's like this logical, sequential, problem-solving thinking. And you do that in all kinds of subjects, whether it's physics, chemistry, math, you know, debate, all these different subjects. You were really taught the foundation of what programming is all about, which is problem solving. But I don't think that sort of stuff is, you know, you don't need to be taught coding syntax in school. If there are already other subjects that already teach you the sort of foundational knowledge that you already get from coding, which is problem solving. I mean, if you're doing a text-based game, then you can do pretty much everything you need with 8th grade algebra. But your ability to think logically and sequentially is probably not as developed as it needs to be in order to work with any large-scale project. But you can try. But it's going to be difficult. Okay, so placed furniture. Mathematics and coding, it depends on what problems you're solving. If you're doing like data computations, then you'd see a need for mathematics. If you're doing anything physics related, you'd use mathematics. If you're doing sort of like damage calculations, you'd use mathematics. Any sort of randomness, you'd use mathematics. Any sort of probabilities. But in general, 99% of the time in coding, you're dealing with logical states, sort of on or off, sending messages, receiving messages. That's most of what it is. But at the same time, I mean, you're dealing with the logic side of math. Discrete mathematics, as it's called, which is very different from the sort of traditional, like, you know, any sort of floating point mathematics is generally quite rare in most programming. So dealing with, like, you know, 5 divided by 0.2 or whatever, like, in general, you're not doing that sort of stuff. Maybe if you're resizing UI elements, you might be working with that sort of math. But yeah, it depends entirely on what sort of problem you're solving. But in like 3D and 2D, you're working with vector mathematics, like they're called trigonometry. So you're working with calculating areas and directions and velocities and collisions. And there you need a lot of maths. but most of the time it's about keeping sort of states in your multiple states in your head at the same time. Was that TriDev? Yeah, the 3D CSS. I don't know. It's like I think this kind of stuff is cool, but at the same time, it feels like so pointless and gimmicky. I get the appeal of wanting to do this, but I just look at this and I just think like, man, that's a lot of wasted time. That's all I think when I see these sort of projects. I was moving, Neon Rush, I was moving, so. Well, I mean, I would say that, you know, this goes beyond, it's leveraging the basic HTML, but nothing about this is basic, you know, if you want to put it that way, right? There's nothing basic about what's being done here. The fundamentals may be basic, but, you know, there's nothing, absolutely nothing basic about this. This is not being sent. Oh, if the local player doesn't equal sender. Well, we don't care about that. Oh yeah. What roadmap would you advise for rookies? Right.
Rex Fontaine said,
you know what's not basic? Fernando Miguel's dance moves.
There you go, guys. You heard it here first. What do you mean roadmap? As in roadmap for learning game development? Because if so, I would say start out by making a text-based game. Learn the fundamentals of what a game engine is. So you have the input read, the simulation loop, and then the render loop. So start out learning those fundamentals and do that in the form of making a text-based game. So any sort of text-based game, that's going to teach you the fundamentals. So just read player input, simulate based on that input, and render the output. Then after that, you can move on to a 2D space. So work on something like Snake, Pong, Space Invaders, something that's been done before that you can easily picture yourself finishing, and do that like from start to finish. Make a start screen, make an end screen, make like a leaderboard, and publish it on itch.io as a full game. So what you have now is you have, first of all, learn the fundamentals of what making a game is and what like a game engine is. Second, working in the 2D space, you've probably interfaced a bit with another game engine. So you'd use something like Unity, maybe you'd use something like Java Swing, maybe even, you know, Unreal, Godot, whatever. You'd use that to make the 2D game. And that teaches you a bit to like work around the game engine, existing sort of technology. And you've finished a game. So now you know what it takes to make a game. And then from there, the world's your oyster, right? Because you know you can finish a game now. And you know what it takes to finish a game. So now you can start scoping accurately. So just start small, build big. But start with something like insanely small. That's why I say text-based. Always do text-based. Just start needlessly small. It could literally just be a game about, you know, guessing the number or whatever in like a programming context. To learn all these, well, I mean, up until I wouldn't say, you know, you're supposed to sort of embrace being in a constant state of learning. You're never done learning ever. Oh, glad to have you here, Neon Rush, and Twitch as well. Appreciate it. But yeah, you're never done learning. So for me to release my first game, that was in 2019, I think. Yeah, 2019, I released my first game. And I started in computer science in university in 2017. So that was like 2 years of computer science studies. And then I was doing my first commercial release. And then for this game I'm working on now, I released this in 2021, been in early access since. So that's another 4 years. But again, I mean, you can be smart about it. You can release games probably quicker than I have. If you work more, you probably learn quicker. If you learn the right things, you might be there faster. But again, you shouldn't think of this as something like a get rich quick scheme. It's not like a optimize your time thing, you know? You just spend time doing it because you like it and because you think it's interesting. Yeah, that's another thing. So touching on what Neon said, like make a tutorial for a simple tic-tac-toe game. If you need a tutorial to make tic-tac-toe, then you probably are severely lacking in the fundamentals that you should be already able to figure out. Like you should have the fundamentals in terms of programming to be able to make a tic-tac-toe game on your own without the need for a tutorial. If you don't have those fundamental skills, then you have some severe blind spots that you need to address. So don't go looking at tutorials to make like a tic-tac-toe game. If you need a tutorial to make a tic-tac-toe game, just go back to the drawing boards and start learning some programming fundamentals. Just simple as that. Don't try to cheat the system, because you're using tutorials, you're trading, you know, efficiency, or you're trading learning for results, basically. The tutorials generally don't teach you that much. They teach you a process, but not necessarily the knowledge. the why and the how is generally left out of tutorials. So, you know. One thing you can do that I've been trying out recently is ask ChatGPT to quiz you on knowledge in the sort of domain that you're trying to enter. So instead of having the AI sort of tell you what you need to know, it quizzes you on what you're supposed to know. And if you don't know that information, then you can ask the AI for resources on where to learn that information that you seem to have a blind spot with regards to. So that's a little tip on how to leverage AI. So if you're thinking about making a multiplayer game, have it write you a quiz surrounding that and have it ask you to provide like essay answers, you know, like single paragraph answers or whatever. And then have it rate those answers and provide you the reasons as to why they're incomplete. That's a recommendation. Because it can provide some valuable insights into sort of gaps in knowledge that you have. And I think that's why university is so practical for learning, because if you're learning everything yourself, you don't necessarily know what gaps in knowledge you have, but the university assumes you have a gap in knowledge in all space of whatever you're studying, right? And it just fills all those in for you, which is quite handy. But when you don't go to university, you often lose out on learning the fundamentals. And again, that's why, you know, if you want to get into that area early, ask the AI to make a quiz for you. Bro is cooking. That's so true, CCM dev.
Okay. See here, furniture amount owned. Is that the only times? Oh, that's the catalog banner. Plus. How much? I don't know. I do not know how much of it is finished.
Rex Fontaine said, Mamma Mia pizza pie. Today's Wordle was a crime. Last row miracle. Who picks these words? They need a slap with a wet spaghetti, I swear.
I did pretty well on the Wordle, I think. I probably could have gotten it earlier if I focused a bit more. Yeah, I was gonna guess it on the fourth one actually. I don't know why I went. My intuition told me to not guess. Like the thing is, it's like I like guessing the weird words, and I usually do, but I remember that essay was a word, so that's what I guessed. I like these kinds of words because they absolutely decimate people's metas that they try to employ. And anytime people's metas blow up in their face, I smile with joy. You basic? Nope. I mean, is QBasic a different programming language? Is that like... It's an IDE. Computer programming language? Oh, it's a basic IDE. Well, it's probably not gonna do you any better than Python, but it's probably not friggin' like... I don't know. Don't use basic. Don't use basic. I'm sure there's someone out there who says write basic. Just write a text-based game in Python. That's what you should do. Write a text-based game in Python. Don't. The sort of biggest time waste you can do when it comes to programming is obsessing over what engine, what language, what environment, what operating system should I use. Just freaking do something. Just do something. There's no point obsessing over the details of how or what you should do. Just do something. it is going well. We're steadily approaching having a what's it called? Networked housing system.
Rex Fontaine said, "You think I got good at dancing through research? No, I just started to move and dance Mamma Mia."
There you go. Which game is it? Penguin GTA. Just kidding. It's Penguin Clash of Penguin Clans. It's a Clash of Clans spin-off available on the iOS and Android Google Play Store. It has over 1,000 microtransactions. More than any game out there right now. You think you've seen it all when it comes to microtransactions? Well, you haven't. I need to floss. 1 second. Not dance floss, but floss. I'm back. Sorry, what did I miss? I missed ETS. Okay.
Rex Fontaine said, I was thinking of making a meme game called Gacha Everything, where you had to gacha everything from game mechanics, i.e., camera controls, WASD, inputs, and even graphic settings. That way, you're just making fun of microtransactions, and the goal is just to get enough mechanics so you can complete the first and only level.
I can see that working, but how would you get the actual currency required for thriller trailer? Oh, hell yeah. Look at that lighting, though. This Friday Night of Freddy? Five Nights at Freddy's? You have the Night Watch. FNAF. Oh my god. Five Nights at Penguinos. That's awesome. I love this. That deserves a mango and a fire for sure. Okay, that's the thing. Owned furniture. Granny 4? Yeah, for sure, dude. I'm working on it. Gonna release it in the coming weeks. I mean, it sort of reminds me of that game where you're an elephant and you're collecting achievements. That's a bit of a, like a, you know, meme game, but at the same time, that's like a very clever meme game. But, you know, it was released at that time where everyone was hype about collecting achievements. And the entire game just is this achievement hunt in like literally one single room where it's like kill yourself 100 times and then like go into every corner or whatever, and it's like all these hidden achievements and stuff, and like refresh the page. But that's like a genuinely fun meme game. I think I even played it on stream a little while. I think, isn't there another, they made like other meme games, like there's only one level and stuff like that. Mage Arena? Isn't that like the VR game or something? Oh, Mega Arena, Mage Arena. That looks cool.
For centuries, it has been with grace and precision. This use with terror.
Is it multiplayer, I guess?
Forever.
Wait, is it like co-op PvP? Okay, yeah, cool. So is it like I guess it's sort of a I mean, graphically it reminds me of what's that, the Lethal Company, you know, it's those proximity voice games, party. I mean, it says amount 1, 2, 3. But here it's just rendering at 0. Yeah, that's the thing. I hadn't changed it over. Granny, I would assume it's made in Unity, but
I am Rich Rick, the richest penguin on this side of
oh
the
hell
equator.
yeah.
Alice_Svaria cheered 300 bits. Haven't
I got
donated
the-
bits in a while.
I got the party hat. I got that party hat. It's floating a bit above my head, but that's cool. Oh yeah. Party. Thank you so much for the 300. Nice stream setup. Thank you, YOLO Polo. Appreciate it. Yeah, Neuter and I, we're sort of one and the same. I think I like the concept of him having the same hat as me. See you later, Neon Rush. Have a good one. I think it's nice. So amount owned would be that. Okay. But we're still not able to spawn it in that because we're getting errors or for some other reason. You don't own any of this furniture. Aha. Yeah, go do your homework, buddy. Okay, I don't know why I'm not. Oh, okay, yeah. There we go. Doesn't subtract though. See ya, Neon Rush. Have a good one. Hmm. I mean, that's weird. Is the ID correct? ID seems good. Hmm. Oh yeah. Wait, no, that does make sense. Wait, what? So I removed this, but then... Okay, something strange is happening. Oh, it's IEnumerator? Ah, that's why. Okay, then it should be basically working now. I've yet to test it with the other machine. One thing I noticed that's crazy is that apparently Unity Hub gobbles power. It was draining my battery so fast yesterday on my MacBook, making it burn up, and it was like a very common reported issue since like 2024, and it makes absolutely no sense that it should be gobbling battery that much. Absolute insanity. It's like I don't know what it's doing, but I guess it's using way too many cycles for computing probably some nothingness, you know? Hello, Tuyan. Yeah, we also need to make it so we spawn inside our requested property, and then... Yes. We want to figure out a way to show where the property is. Yeah, that's a bunch of chairs, dude. Well, infinite chair hack, I guess. One second. One second, I'm gonna be right back, guys. So I'll be back very soon. Give me like 5 minutes or whatever. 10, maybe. We'll see. All right, let's fix this last shit. So this one works. Mm. That the issue. I'm hoping probably going to be tomorrow. It's all about when I can get this real estate stuff working. That's the only sort of constraint. Because all the fixes for like automatic region is already implemented and working, so shit. The question of making the build, which I'm not gonna do until I have the working real estate. Misplaced is false. And now is placed as true. Okay. And finally draw a triangle. Congratulations, buddy. Prompt of something to draw. What is something good to draw? Garbage George rummaging through the trash in Penguin Springs. Garbage George style. But like this, save game. Yeah, that's the thing. If sender
Say 1001 said, Noot, 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 Noot.
Thank you. That's a lot of newts. Appreciate the newts, buddy. Don't feel welcome anymore. Don't worry. Maybe one day I'll not skip your newt text to speech.
Sci-Fi01 said, Mapo Dofu.
How can I learn C++ for coding? Are there any free resources? Why are you making your own game engine if you're not? You don't know C#. Yeah, it's still a mess. There's boxes all over the place, so gonna have to wait. Well, you don't need money to you don't need money to use game engines. Godot is free. Unity is free. You can use those without any cost. But if we're talking resources for learning C++, there are many books out there. Really, what you want to learn is fundamentals. There's a good website, codingame.com, which teaches you a bunch of like leet code stuff. No, but if you want to like get small problems to exercise, like it's not going to make you become an elite programmer for sure, nowhere near, but codinggame.com, sorry, codinggame.com, it's kind of fun. So it has compilers and interpreters for basically every single language out there that you can think of. It's kind of fun to use and try it out on like smaller problems there. And it has like, it's sort of gamified, so it has like high scores and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. Hey, what's up, Not Bop? Shit. I don't know why it's not loading in my furniture. Get last property ID. Or, true. That's the thing. Hey, yo, what's up, Not Pop? How's everyone doing? Back in my private school days, this is what we used to do. We used to trick shot ourselves onto the Twin Towers with the bazooka. Like so. It's already on Linux. It's already on Linux because Unity supports Linux builds by default. Yeah, but I compromised. I learned all the lore. Kind of based. I like this. Back in my high school days, private high school days, we used to get up on the Twin Towers and snipe unsuspecting penguins with our sniper rifle. And if that didn't work, we'd use the bazooka. Penguin heist style. That's a kill. Ah, neat. Wait. There, vote restart. So I reprogrammed the way that my avatar does face tracking, which is pretty neat. Shit.
Bro, why not said, hello guys and gals, it's me Big Pooh, aka the Goat, aka Lil Pooh 89, aka Wolfgang Poozart, aka the Bringer of Slorb, aka me.
That's interesting. I need to what's like a good way to show where you live in the game? Because like let's say you own the apartment on the 3rd floor or whatever. How do I show that? What is this? Chair City? What is this? What is this? The Chair Village? What is this? Town of Chairs? What is this? Class of Chairs? I'm a bit of an interior design decorator myself. Back in my high school and private school days, I used to put chairs around a chair. And we'd play musical chairs. Hey, we used to play musical chairs back in my private high school days, but I had never learned to play musical chairs. Instead, I never played musical chairs. Instead, I learned all the lore and memorized all the characters. I memorized all the lyrics to the musical chairs song. Oh hell yeah, yeah! Musical chairs challenge. No, I do want to have a radio that you can actually like carry around, not just put down, but like carry around physically, so you can like put it in your car. But I was thinking like, you know, let's say you own this house here. Like, does it show up on the mini map or like? Oh, okay, seems like it's working. It's kind of based. And that's more chairs. Hey, yo, guys, remember this? You guys were here for the 2025 ban incident. You know what this. You know what this means. Who else was here for the 2025 ban incident? Imagine this, and then a pigeon gwyn on the table. Those who were here for the 2025 ban incident knows what this means. Who was here for the 2025 ban incident? Research table and chair and a camera. Need I say more? Pidge. Pidge. Pidgely. Hey yo, this is not even animated. This is not even animated. Okay. Yeah, Pigeon Gwyn was jorking it too. Let's not kid ourselves. Pigeon Gwyn was jorking it for real, for real. That's why the camera was there. Learned all. Did he actually learn the lore though? Do you know what happened during the 2025 ban incident? It was Pigeon Gwyn, 2 corn gwins, and a camera. Oh right, Pidge Squin, Pidge Squin, Pidge Skin. I can add that. I can add that. I'm just gonna test. I'm gonna synchronize the. Gonna test it out on my Mac. See if this works multiplayer. There's gonna be 2 corn gwins, guys. So don't be scared. You haven't a clue. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean the VOD is still up on YouTube for those who are interested. I don't know which VOD it was, but it was on a Friday, I believe. No, or was it a Thursday? Probably a Thursday. Yeah, it was a Thursday. I was banned on a Thursday. And Pigeon Gwyn was there, or Pidge, as some like to call him. And a camera and 2 Gwens, a research table, and a chair in the corner. That's about it. That's about it. The TTS? No, there was a lot of things going on. The TTS was, I don't think that was part of it. My suspicion is that because the moment was clipped, and I think the clipping triggered a heightened security filter or something, because they probably scan the clips for content faster than they do the streams themselves. And some sort of security thing went off, and the Pidge was simply too much for the for Twitch to handle. YouTube was okay with it though, and they're still okay with it because that VOD is still up. Sorry, I'm just waiting for the Mac to start. Oh, there we go. Yippee! Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Twitch is woke, trying to censor nature. Yeah, it was just like, you know, you'd see worse things on Discovery Channel. Quite frankly. Quite frankly, you'd see far worse things on Discovery Channel. Twitch is so puritanical these days. Oh. Seems like there's quite a bit of jitter. Let's see here. Okay, looks like I'm seeing the chairs. The musical chairs are all there. Do I even own a house on the Mac? I don't know that I do. I probably don't, because well, I'm gonna take this car then. Full speed. Okay, I'm gonna try that. Just a second. I'm just gonna go buy a house on my MacBook. I guess I'll just buy a property there. Oh, yeah, see you later. Bop not. Come on, it's just a joke. Just a little joke. See here if I can get this. Okay, let's see if I go into... Wait, all my furniture disappeared. Did you guys see when that happened? What the fuck? Of course, it doesn't have... Yeah, it doesn't... Ah, shit. Of course. Of course. Of course. Okay, what do you say? Go-kart? Wow! How do I make that not collide? Would the server generate the storage ID? I don't know, man. Into the hill in the turn. Big Pooh looking fan art. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. That looks good. So what am I supposed to drive into? This one? Full speed into that one? Oh. The one near the luxury houses. So that one? Or out in the ocean? Okay, from the other side, the one I'm looking at. Okay. So just like, just crash straight into it. Just crash into it. Yeah, that was epic, dude. That was crazy. I know what you want to happen. It's that it teleports you, but I already fixed that. I fixed that bug, so. Yeah, I'm too good at fixing bugs. I'm sorry, guys. I just wanted to entertain you for a while there. Why did it happen? I haven't pushed any builds. I don't think there's going to be a new build today. It's going to be tomorrow. I just need to figure out a new way to structure furniture. I think it happened because basically the exit point was being incorrectly accessed when it exploded. It was the same issue happened when you were driving as a client and you exited a car. You would also just exit at random points. So those bugs were one and the same. But now, of course, when you exit normally, it works fine. But the issue was that the exit point was just semi-randomly placed when you crashed and exploded. But now normal cars can explode as well, so they're not invincible anymore. Normal cars, but they're way tougher than the go-karts for sure. But they can explode. Okay, let's see here. How can we store furniture? So I guess since we are working session based, I think the player IDs are unique per session. From 0 and are reused as players join and leave. Okay, well then we'll do... Because right now we're receiving the storage index. think that's gonna fix it. Can What's up, bro? Remember me? No, I got no clue who you are, buddy. I have no clue. The reason being that I suffer from a bad case of dementia where I forget people are instantly. It's sad but true. What's up, bro? Remember me? Remember me? I used to be the chatter. No, I have zero recollection of who you are. Sorry, it's my dementia. Sorry. What can I say? Okay, we got the chair party. And do we have? It's working, guys. It's working. It's working. We got the piss buckets. Shit in piss bucket. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Now we just need to implement like the moving house and stuff, and like when you disconnect it removes your furniture. Then it's basically ready. I think we can implement that tomorrow. I think I'm gonna call it a day. It's a bit of shorter stream today for sure, but I think we call it a day. See, this was placed on the client, and I just connected now as a user, and this was placed by me. And I'm just gonna double check on my Mac that I can see it as well. See here. Ah, shit. Okay. Wait, no. That's sent correctly. Yeah. And the piss buckets are there too. Okay, awesome. Sweet. Yeah. So it seems like it's synchronized. I just need to I don't know, like, yeah, I mean the message lengths are severely capped. That's fine. Okay, well, I'm gonna say thank you all for tuning into today's stream. Thank you all very much. Make sure you like, subscribe, and hit that bell as well, and drop a comment if you enjoyed this video. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Oh, we did 6 hours today. Okay, doesn't feel like 6. Okay, anyway, sweet. I'll see you all tomorrow. So have a good rest of your day, party people. And I'll see you all tomorrow. And we'll have a new test version up tomorrow. gonna try to fix these last things with like disconnecting and moving house. That the furniture comes along with you, and then I can get new test version up. Anyway, thank you all, and